Good morning. I'm 14 First Alert meteorologist Arden Gregory here bringing you a live update on our First Alert weather days that are going on from now through Monday. And it's very possible with the extreme cold, we'll even end up having to extend those alert days farther. There haven't been any major changes this morning. The forecast is holding pretty steady. Now we're really just kind of waiting for this snow to start. But we are still on alert through this weekend for significant snow accumulation. Then in addition to that, we're also on alert for dangerous cold, and that will continue through Monday and really even through Tuesday morning. And so that's why we remain on alert through the start of the work week. This is a giant, major winter storm. We have been talking about this for days. You've probably been hearing about this on any kind of national news outlets that you keep up with, because we have winter storm watches, warnings, weather advisories, ice storm warnings, all kinds of winter alerts stretching all the way from Arizona up into the east coast of Maine. So, I mean, this spans more than 2,000 miles across much of the country, down to our south, places like Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Tennessee, and over into the Carolinas. Those purple shades there are ice storm warnings. They're already dealing with power outages from ice in Texas today and into parts of Oklahoma and Arkansas as the day goes on, I'm sure. Here at home, not as concerned about the ice, so that is good news, but we may still get a little bit of sleet, especially in western Kentucky, and we're all going to get quite a bit of snow, which is why we are all under a winter storm warning from now through Monday morning, really. This comes to an end late Sunday night into Monday morning. So let's take a look at what's going on right now. We do have snow that is starting to spread across the tri-state, but most of it is very light. See how it's those bright white colors there? That is going to be really almost just flurries at this point. The air is very dry, so it's hard sometimes for the showers to kind of overcome that. It can almost be, even though it's very cold, it can be almost too dry to snow, right? It almost just evaporates on its way down. It never even makes it to the ground because the air is so dry. So that's something that we're monitoring today. A lot of us really not seeing much in the way of snow yet, even though the radar looks kind of lit up, because really many of these locations, it's a very dry, fine, just kind of flurry that's happening so far. When you get into these darker blue shades, like what we're starting to see up in Wayne, Edwards, and Wabash counties and down into parts of Muhlenberg County, that's where you're actually maybe starting to see some real snowflakes falling and possibly starting to stick to the ground. So I would love to hear from you if in your location you are actually seeing snow and it's sticking. Please let us know that, because you know, we've got the radar, but that's different from having eyes on the ground to know what's actually falling, what's actually making it to the ground. So please let us know. We would love to hear from you, especially if you're in some of these spots where I think you may actually be starting to see the snow beginning in your location. But for most of us, it's just a flurry for now. We expect that to change over the next couple of hours, though. These more significant snow showers are going to start to spread across the tri-state as we go through the lunch hour and into this afternoon. Then we'll continue to see scattered snow on and off through this afternoon and evening. Now, I do think the snow that we're starting with today is going to be that finer, fluffier, drier snow. So it's going to blow around very easily. It's not going to be real heavy. It's going to be the kind that you can just kind of brush off with a broom. That's what we're going to start with. But I do think we will then see a change as we go through the night tonight. We will get kind of closer to the center of the system, and with that, see how dark those blues are? That's going to be a heavy, wetter snow, right? Those kind of big, fat, wet flakes that are going to weigh things down a little more. It's going to be harder to move when it comes time to shovel our way back out of this whole mess. And also notice across western Kentucky, those pink shades showing up there. Overnight tonight, I think it's very possible in western Kentucky, you could see your snow changing over to sleet. That is different from freezing rain. Freezing rain is where you get that coating of ice that falls as water and then coats on contact, right? That's where you get the drooping power lines and the drooping trees and the huge issues with travel and power outages and things like that. We've been through ice storms around here. We're familiar with that. That is not what we're expecting this time around. I want to make sure that's clear. We're not real concerned about a bunch of freezing rain. What I do think you might see is sleet, which is kind of equivalent to like a little frozen raindrop. It's going to be tiny ice pellets, almost like finely crushed ice cubes that is going to be falling. So it's going to be something that kind of bounces as it hits the ground. It's not going to be fluffy like snow, but it's not going to be as dangerous or as, coating things the way that freezing rain would be. So I want to give you a little bit of relief from some anxiety you may be having about ice down in western Kentucky. I think that ice would be mainly sleet, which is not as dangerous, but it is going to cut into your overall snow totals down that way because you may see that brief change over to sleet. Then as we go through the rest of the night and into Sunday morning, again, wet, heavy snow for Illinois and Indiana, possibly seeing sleet in western Kentucky. Then look as you get down around Bowling Green, see that green? That's a brief changeover to rain late Saturday night into early Sunday morning. I think that'll probably stay just to our southeast, but I would be careful, especially down around Muhlenberg, maybe Ohio County, just that far southern tip of the tri-state. It is possible you could see a very brief changeover to that freezing rain, which is the most dangerous type of precipitation. I think it would be just a glazing if you see any of that at all. It really looks like that's probably going to stay to our south, but we're going to be right at this changeover here where we've got snow, sleet, and then freezing rain as you work your way kind of through the tri-state and then farther south into Kentucky and then Tennessee. So that is something we'll be monitoring closely, is if that line moves up just a little bit farther north, we could run into some freezing rain issues in western Kentucky. But I really think for our counties, it's going to be primarily sleet. And then as you head farther north, it would be essentially all snow. Even if we do see a changeover to sleet or freezing rain late Saturday night into early Sunday morning, I think it would then change back over to snow as we go through the day on Sunday. So we'll then get more snow on top of that as we go through the day Sunday. Some of the models are even keeping the snow showers going through Sunday afternoon. And then this all finally clears out of here by Sunday night. And in fact, it'll be mostly sunny on Monday. But notice these wind arrows here. We've got cold air just pumping in from the northwest. Even though Monday will be mostly sunny, remember we're still on alert that day because it is going to be so brutally cold. So I just want to kind of give you a little inside baseball here, an idea of what we're looking at. Some of the models are going crazy with this snow, right? It's very possible you'll see some people posting about totals of, 20 inches. I'm not convinced that's going to happen. Those models are the outliers, but it is very possible, if not likely, that parts of the tri-state will get double-digit snowfall this weekend. Most of the models are putting us up over that 10-inch range, with the exception of western Kentucky. As you get into western Kentucky, where you're going to have more sleet mixing in, that's where you maybe see those lower snow totals. So this is the map we've been working with. I haven't made any changes to it this morning. The forecast has stayed pretty consistent. We're still expecting the heaviest snowfall right through the middle of the tri-state, but everyone is going to get multiple inches of snow as we go through this weekend. As you get into western Kentucky, that's where you could see some lower totals because at times your snow is going to change over to sleet and then back over to snow. So that cuts into your overall total. You're not going to have that nice stack of big fluffy snow. You're going to have some layers of ice and sleet mixed into the middle there, which is not going to stack up quite as high. So find yourself on this map. If you don't know for sure where you are, let me just run through the counties for you. Wayne, Edwards, and Wabash up here generally in that 7 to 12 range there. Similar story as you get into White County and then Gallatin. That's where you start crossing over into more of that 9 to 16 range. Gibson, Pike, DuBois kind of right on the border between these two colors. Posey, Vanderburgh, Warwick, Spencer, Perry, all in that bright pink shade there. Some of the higher snow totals expected there. Then you get into western Kentucky, and as you head farther south, you got a better chance of ice and probably a lower snow total. So still expecting some pretty heavy and significant snow across Union, Henderson, and then even into Davis and Hancock counties there, but that's where you just start to cross over into, you may see a little bit of ice in the mix, which could put you on the lower end of that range. Then as you head farther south, Webster, McLean, you're sort of right on the border there, and then Hopkins, Muhlenberg, and Ohio counties. Those are the 3 counties where I think we have the greatest risk of seeing more sleet and maybe even just a touch of freezing rain. And so those are the areas where you may end up in some spots with less than a half a foot of snow, but still, you're talking about multiple inches of snow and sleet mixed in with that, totaling up to obviously huge impact. Now, we've been talking a lot about ice. Again, I want to reiterate that this would be mainly sleet, not freezing rain. Generally, some of the models do bring that possibility of sleet all the way up to Evansville, but again, notice that that's the outlier. Most of these models are putting the sleet line, if you will, somewhere right through sort of Webster County, stretching up into southern Davis County, and then really primarily focusing more on McLean, Hopkins, Muhlenberg, and Ohio counties. That's where you could see that sleet mixed in. So again, this is where you could see maybe up to a 1/4 inch of sleet mixed in with your snow, and then probably more like a 1/2 inch of sleet possible as you get farther into those southern counties. But again, that's going to be mainly sleet, not freezing rain. So we're talking about you would have like snow, then like a layer of ice pellets basically, and then some more snow on top of that. So it may be a little slicker, it may be a little heavier and harder to move, but I don't think we'll see a lot of that ice accretion where you get that just coat of ice on everything that weighs the trees down and weighs the power lines down and causes power outages. I don't think we're going to see a lot of that here. This would be mainly sleet. So it's more about the quality of what's stacking up rather than about the impact changes all that much. Speaking of impact, everyone needs to be prepared for major impacts across the tri-state. Everyone across the board by the end of this weekend is going to have widespread travel issues. Just stay home if you can. We're going to have widespread closures. A lot of churches have already called off services for tomorrow morning in anticipation of this snow. I imagine we will not have school on Monday with this kind of snow on the ground. So really, if at all possible, please just stay home this weekend. The roads are going to deteriorate and deteriorate quickly as we go through the next 24 hours or so. And it's not just us either. They're talking about major impacts with sleet and freezing rain along with some snow as you get to our south. And then we're kind of toward the northern edge of this system. They're still going to get some snow to our north, but then as you head farther north into places that we think of as getting more snow than us, places like Chicago, they're actually largely missing out on this snow system. So here's kind of how I see this playing out. It is going to be kind of a slow start today. It's going to be a dry, fluffy snow. It starts to fall, but it'll be light at first. It's going to take some time to build its momentum, right? So by the end of the day today, I would say most of us will probably have a couple, 3 inches of snow on the ground, 1 to 5 across the region, but in general, 2 or 3 inches of snow for most of us. So when you go to bed tonight and you're looking out your window and there's only a couple inches of snow on the ground, don't think that this has busted because it is just getting started. As we go through the night tonight, then that heavier snow moves in. By tomorrow morning, there's a good chance that most of the tri-state will have close to 1/2 foot of snow on the ground, and then it'll keep snowing as we go through the day on Sunday. And so then by the end of the day Sunday, that's where we're looking at those double-digit snow totals. So when we're talking about 7 to 15 inches of snow accumulation, that's not all falling today. That's going to be the end total by the time the snow stops Sunday afternoon. So we're going to kind of ramp up into this today. The heaviest and wettest snow is going to fall overnight tonight into Sunday morning. Then the snow kind of tapers back off as we go through the day on Sunday. But this is what we're expecting by Sunday afternoon. I'm going to take a quick check-in on the comments here before we move into part 2 of this alert day, which is the extreme and dangerous cold. It is going to be just unbelievably cold over the next few days. All right, we got a lot of folks in the comments today. Whew, scrolling all the way back. Janelle asking about concern for power outages. The things that typically drive power outages are wind and ice. I don't think we're going to have a whole lot of either. It is going to be breezy, but it's not going to be a strong enough wind that it would, knock down tree branches, power lines, things like that. Ice, like I said, that ice accretion, that freezing rain is also where you tend to get power outages because that weighs down the trees and weighs down the power lines. I just don't really see that happening for us, really. Maybe a glazing of ice in places like Muhlenberg County, but for most of the tri-state, I'm not really concerned about power outages. With this kind of cold, you should absolutely be prepared because if, somebody slides off the road and hits a pole and knocks out power to just your neighborhood, even for just a couple hours, it's going to get cold in your home very quickly with how cold these temperatures are. So everyone should be prepared, but I don't think it's going to be like last January when we had that ice storm and there were lots of people that were out of power for days. That's not the situation we're going into here. Most of the impacts this time around are going to be to travel. All right, some folks asking about timing. We kind of went over that. We've already got some snow moving in. It's going to pick up over the next couple hours, and then we're pretty much tracking snow from the next couple hours or so through Sunday afternoon. So it's going to start very soon, but then it'll kind of ramp up as we go through the day. And like I said, the heaviest snow hitting later tonight. Some folks already saying it is snowing in Carmi. Like I said before, let me loop back around to the radar here just for a second. For those of you who may have missed it, because we did that right off the top here. This is, well, if it'll load, this is the current radar. The white shades though, that's very, very light snow, almost just a flurry. So when you start getting into those kind of grayish blue colors, that's where there's some actual snowflakes falling. And then farther west, notice out here as you get into far southern Illinois, that darker blue shade, that's what we're really looking for later today. So some folks are saying it's snowing in Carmi, but say it's not really snowing where they are in Wabash County yet. It's going to start out very scattered. Someone said it finally started in Fairfield, nothing in Huntingburg. Thank you guys for letting us know. It's really appreciated. Nothing for Wheatcroft yet, or Owensboro, getting some flurries in Central City, which again kind of confirms what we're looking at here. You're kind of in that white shade. So it's just now starting to snow across the tri-state, but it is going to pick up as the day goes on. So again, I would really urge you, if you are out and about right now, get home. Get home and stay there through the rest of the weekend, because it's going to start really picking up as we go through the rest of the day. Let's see here. Somebody said in Island it's snowing and sticking. That's good to know. Same in Greenville, which again, we just had a report that in Central City it was just flurrying, but in Greenville they say it's snowing and sticking, where you're in that sort of darker shade of blue in Greenville. So again, just showing that it is starting, folks. We're starting to see the snow, and it's even heavier in other parts of the country. As we've said before, this is working its way from west to east, just so you know. So it's already snowing out west, and that's all headed our way. All right, some folks saying it's snowing in Grayville, but not too bad yet. Yeah, we're just now getting started. Thank you guys so much for letting me know, by the way. It's so helpful to have eyes on the ground. I can only see so much from here in the studio, right? Snow starting in Webster County. Snow starting in Madisonville. This is all good to know, guys. Thank you so much. Nothing in Spencer County yet. Good to know. All right, and some people asking about totals. We kind of went through that already, so hopefully I answered your questions there. And again, we're going to have these updates all day long. So if you missed something in this update, don't worry. We're going to be back on at noon. So we're just going to keep doing these all day long. And then... And some people saying that the radar is maybe showing snow over their location, but they're not seeing anything. Again, we have very dry air in place that is hard for the snow to overcome. So sometimes the radar might be picking up on some snow that's up in the sky, but by the time it actually gets to you, it basically evaporates because the air is so unbelievably dry right now. Anyone who suffers from nosebleeds knows that the air is unbelievably dry right now. That is a struggle. All right. People asking, when is it going to be above freezing? Not anytime soon. So let's talk about, and some people are asking again for differences between freezing rain and sleet. Bradley, you gave a great example. It's always a good visual. Think of it like a donut. If you're looking at a donut, sleet would be like sprinkles on that donut, right? Hard little pieces of ice. And then freezing rain would be like a glaze on that donut, right? It's going to coat everything. So that's a good comparison there. So we're expecting sprinkles, not a glaze, okay? And the glaze is more dangerous. That's where everything is slick, everything's weighed down. You end up with trees breaking, power lines down, things like that. Not really expecting that. All right. Still some people just asking about specific locations, and I can loop back around to those total maps in just a second to give a better idea. People still giving some other comments about different places. Oh, and somebody said it's now starting to stick in Central City. So it's picking up a little bit, getting some flurries outside of Hartford, snowing in Dawson Springs, nothing yet in Tell City, snowing in Beaver Dam. Thank you guys so much for these reports. I really appreciate it. Nortonville's already covered, someone says. No snow yet for Seabury. All right. And somebody said no snow yet on the north side of Evansville. Meteorologist Michael Fecka chiming in. He's got some flurries at his place out on the east side, so that's good to know. Let's take a moment to talk about the cold, and then if you're wanting to see the totals map, I'll loop back around to those again for anyone who may have missed it. But again, we're going to have constant updates all weekend long. So obviously a lot of focus on the snow, rightfully so. This is going to be a huge snowstorm, the kind that we don't get very often around here. Major impacts to travel, but I don't want you to lose sight of how unbelievably cold it is going to be across the tri-state right now and moving forward as well. There are cold weather alerts stretching from the Canadian border all the way to the Mexican border. We are in this huge dome of cold air across much of the country, and actually just as we've been on the air, they updated and added an extreme cold warning for the tri-state that goes through Tuesday morning. So we had been in a cold weather advisory that was set to expire at noon today for how cold it got last night through this morning, but now they've issued an extreme cold warning for the cold temperatures that are on the way as we get into early next week. It is brutally cold out there right now. We're currently looking at temperatures in the teens, and when you factor in the wind, it feels like we are in the single digits or even below zero in some locations. Owensboro with a wind chill of 2 degrees right now. Whew, in Evansville, it feels like 3 below right now. As we go through the rest of the day, don't expect a big warm up. Our temperatures are going to stay only in the mid-teens, and we are going to see those wind chills near or below zero for much of today and tonight. It will be, at the very least, wind chills in the single digits through today, tonight, and tomorrow. Temperatures are going to just kind of be hanging out in the teens with the snow moving in and everything. I just don't think we'll see any major changes to our temperatures today, tonight, or tomorrow. We'll just kind of hold steady, sitting in those teens with the wind chills about where they are now, right around single digits, maybe briefly dipping below zero when you get a stronger wind there. Then as we get into Sunday night into Monday morning, and then Monday night into Tuesday morning, that's when the actual temperatures could get near or maybe even below zero, and those wind chills will likely get below zero Monday morning and again Tuesday morning. So that's where we've got that extreme cold warning. We will warm into the 20s then. We see our wind direction shifting. We start to warm up some on Tuesday, and then we'll be in the 20s through the rest of the week, but lows still in the single digits. And even when we warm up, we're still not going to get above freezing. So it may finally be warm enough to enjoy the snow. As a mother of young kids, that's one thing I've been thinking about. We're going to have all this snow, but with temperatures this cold, I don't want to put them out in it, right? It's too cold for their little bodies. But as we get into the middle of this week, that snow is still going to be on the ground, and odds are we're still not going to have school. So I would say Tuesday is probably, if you're looking for a good day to get out and play in the snow, that's the day it's finally going to warm up a little bit, and you might be able to pull that off. So here's a look at the next 7 days. Again, on alert for dangerous cold through Monday night / Tuesday morning, but even when we warm up, it is still going to be very cold out there. I'm going to loop back around to the snow and ice maps for just a second, just to give an update for anybody who missed it. Then I'm going to hop off of here because we're going to be back on at noon. So we're going to have to just keep, hopping on and off to make sure that we've got time to step off, take a break, look at the new data that's coming in, look at the radar, and really kind of make sure we're bringing you constant updates here. So again, here is the snow totals map for anyone who missed it. Most of the tri-state getting significant snow of 1/2 foot or more, most likely. As you get into parts of western Kentucky, could be a little less because you're going to have some sleet mixing in with that. So again, you would have kind of a layer of snow, a layer of ice pellets, and then another layer of snow on top of that. So that does cut into your overall totals. But what I want to focus on more than the numbers is the impact. Even if we end up on the lower end of this range, everybody wants to look at the upper end. Everybody wants to know, could we really get a foot of snow? It's possible. It's very possible we could get a foot of snow. But I want you to focus on is even if we end up on the lower end, even if this underperforms, let's say we only get 6 inches of snow, you're still not going anywhere. Like, that's what I want to make sure we're driving home here is even 6 inches versus 12 inches, you are not going to be able to drive on the roads is the point. So please be prepared. You know, we may all start getting cabin fever here the next couple of days. Hope you like the people that you're with right now because you're probably stuck with them for the next 3, maybe 4 days because it's going to take some time for them to clear the roads. And if your road does not get treated, if they don't come plow your road, you're not going anywhere because it's not going to melt. It is going to be brutally cold through the next few days. That is the other part of this alert day. We're on alert for extreme cold in addition to the snow. So it's not going to melt. We're going to get a lot of snow and it is not going to melt anytime soon. So everyone, please, I hope we've been talking about this all week, right? We've been on alert since Monday. So hopefully you are prepared for that. Hopefully you've already done your grocery shopping and you're all settled in your pajamas and, you know, ready to just watch the snowfall. Sounds like a great way to spend a weekend, right? Just sit with your family, your friends, and just watch the snowfall and enjoy your weekend and enjoy the fact that everything you had to do this weekend just got canceled. So you've got a nice quiet weekend to just sit at home and enjoy the snow, okay? But please don't get out in it. It is going to be dangerous out there. Still getting a few more reports, flurries in Evansville, starting to snow in Mount Vernon, some flurries in Utica, Newburgh. Somebody said the roads are already coated in Sturgis. So again, we are starting to see that snow. It's picking up across the tri-state. Somebody said it just started to snow just a little bit in Owensboro. So the snow is picking up now. Conditions are going to start to deteriorate as we go through the rest of the day. And then tonight, that's when that heavy snow really starts to kick in. And by tomorrow morning, I think it will be a struggle to get much of anywhere in the tri-state at all, no matter what vehicle you're driving, because it is very possible we will have a half foot of snow in most locations by tomorrow morning. So settle in. We're just getting started, folks. And like I said before, we are going to be bringing you updates throughout the day. I'm going to just leave this video going. So, you know, keep it pinned and we'll be back on and off throughout the day today. We're going to have our next update at noon. We're going to try and do these every 2 hours. So I came on at 10. We've gone for about half an hour here. I'll pop back on at noon and then we'll go again at 2 and at 4. And then we've got 14 News at 6 later tonight. And then we'll have updates from all over the tri-state as we've got reporters and anchors out gathering information about road conditions and closures and things like that. So you'll want to make sure you tune in later tonight for that. All right, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up, but like I said, we'll be back on in about an hour and a half with another update at noon. All right, thanks, guys. Good afternoon, or not afternoon. Yes, it is. It's noon. So we're afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm 14 First Alert meteorologist Arden Gregory here with another look at our First Alert weather day. We are still on alert for the snow and the cold that we're going to be seeing over the next couple of days. And the snow is already falling across the tri-state. We've been talking about this all week long. We've had this First Alert weather day in place since Monday, so hopefully this hasn't caught you off guard. We've been talking all week long about this potential for a winter storm this weekend, and now that storm has arrived. We are not the only ones dealing with this. I don't know if that brings you any comfort or not, but there's plenty of other people in the same boat, or maybe even getting it worse. We have winter alerts stretching from Arizona all the way up into Maine. So this is a storm that is going to span more than 2,000 miles and impact about half the country. Those purple colors you see down to our south are actually ice storm warnings, so we don't want any of that. Thankfully, we're going to get mostly snow, but there is that chance that some sleet or maybe even a little bit of freezing rain could mix in western Kentucky. We'll talk more about that in just a moment. The entire tri-state is under a winter storm warning that goes until 6 o'clock Sunday evening because it's going to snow basically from now through tomorrow afternoon. So for the next 24 hours and then some, we are going to be tracking snow across the tri-state, and that is really going to add up. This is a look at the radar. I know some people have been dropping in the comments that it is snowing where they are and the roads are covered. That's a widespread report that we're getting now. The entire tri-state dealing with these snow showers. Some areas getting heavier snow than others, where you see those darker blues showing up there. That indicates heavier snow. We are expecting scattered snow showers to continue through the rest of this afternoon and evening. So we're already seeing snow sticking to the roads. Conditions will quickly deteriorate as we go through the rest of the day. Basically, it's only going to get worse from here. Overnight, then, we could start to see a change over to some heavier, wetter snow. So right now, it's kind of a drier snow, kind of blows around a lot, easy to just kind of brush away. That's going to change overnight tonight. The quality of the snow is going to change. It's going to be more of those big, fat, wet snowflakes that really pile up kind of heavy out there. It's harder to shovel away, more difficult to clear. That's what's going to start moving in overnight tonight. And then notice in western Kentucky, that pink showing up there, you could see a change over to some sleet in western Kentucky overnight and into Sunday morning. Notice down around Bowling Green, it's showing some green there, indicating rain or freezing rain across parts of far southern Kentucky and into Tennessee. So we're sort of right at the border here where most of Indiana and Illinois is going to get all snow from this. Then as you go through our western Kentucky counties, you see that change over to maybe some sleet mixing in with that snow. And then farther south, maybe even some freezing rain. I do think that will stay just outside of the tri-state, but some places like Muhlenberg County could maybe get just a glazing of ice. But then as we go through the day on Sunday, this changes back over to all snow, becomes a little lighter and a little more scattered then as we go through the afternoon before tapering off completely by Sunday evening. Here's what the models are showing for snowfall. And again, this is total for the whole weekend. Notice some of them are showing more than what we're forecasting. It's possible we could get more than 15 inches of snow, but that seems like a bit of a pipe dream to me. I'm not convinced that's really going to happen, especially if we have some sleet mixing in. We're kind of right at that border. Another thing to consider is wet snow tends to compact more. So a lot of that heavy snow we're going to get overnight is going to get crushed down. So when you stick a ruler in it, it's not going to measure as tall, whereas that lighter, fluffier snow tends to stack up very high. So the quality of the snow does make a difference in how much snow you're going to actually measure. This is kind of what we're expecting for much of the tri-state. We're talking about a half a foot to a foot, with some totals up to as much as 15 or 16 inches of snow possible. But that would be the high end of the range. That would be this thing really, outperforms, and we see even more snow than we're expecting, the upper end of that range. What I really want to drive home, though, is even if we end up on the lower end of the range, that's still multiple inches of snow. This is going to be a huge, impactful storm system. As you get into western Kentucky, the totals let up a little bit. I think your snow totals will be lower because you will have some sleet mixed in with that. Some of the models are bringing that sleet line all the way up into Evansville, but that's kind of the outlier. Notice most of them draw that line from about Union or Webster counties, stretching over through maybe Davis County and then out into Hancock County. That's more of the thinking that we are going with. So I think for most of western Kentucky, you could see some sleet mixing in with your snow. Better chances farther south you go, especially as you get into McLean, Hopkins, Muhlenberg, and Ohio counties. That's where you could see some more significant sleet accumulation. So basically what you would end up with is snow that we're getting right now, then a layer of sleet, so kind of like ice pellets mixed in overnight tonight, then more snow on top of that tomorrow. So you would have snow, kind of crushed ice kind of material, and then more snow on top of that. What we're not really expecting is freezing rain so much. I wouldn't rule that out down in Muhlenberg County, but it's not likely. Actually, I meant to drop this in here, this comparison. Let me find that for you super quick, you know, while we're here. I would love to be able to show you what I'm thinking of here. If I can find what I'm looking for. Don't you hate when it's not in the folder you were looking in? Where would I have put that? Goodness gracious. Sorry folks, I've been spinning a lot of plates this morning and I don't have what I'm looking for in here. Well, good grief. Maybe we'll just have to have that in the 2 o'clock update if I can't find it soon. I really thought I would be able to just grab this, and then it wasn't in the folder I thought it was going to be in. All right, well, the point is that you could have some sleet in western Kentucky. Well, I'll find that explainer and I'll have it for you in the 2 o'clock update. But really what I was trying to break down was the difference between snow, sleet, and freezing rain. Oftentimes we'll use the comparison of like donuts, okay? So if you think about a donut and the different kind of toppings you can have on it, snow would be a powdered donut, right? It's fluffy, it kind of brushes away, blows off easily, things like that. That would be a powdered donut. Sleet would be like a sprinkled donut, right? You're talking about little chunks of ice. This would be basically frozen raindrops. So little bitty ice pellets. It bounces when it lands. It almost looks like teeny, teeny, tiny hail. It's not quite that big, you know, but it's tiny, 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 but little ice pellets. And then freezing rain would be like a glazed donut. That's where you have just a coating that sticks to everything. Everything just has a sheet of ice on it. That's when you get the trees that get all weighed down, power lines get weighed down, you deal with a lot of power outages. We're not expecting the freezing rain, not expecting the glazed donut, okay? This would be like a powdered donut that then also has some sprinkles on it, is what you're talking about in western Kentucky. So this would be snow with maybe some sleet mixed in as well, is what we're looking at for western Kentucky. So that's something that we'll continue to monitor for you. Keep in mind though, that will cut into your snow totals. Because you might get some sleet, you're not going to get as much snow, because while it's snowing in other places, it's going to be sleeting in western Kentucky at times tonight. One thing I want to drive home though is that whether we get 6 inches of snow or 4 inches of snow and some sleet or 10 inches of snow or a foot of snow, the impact is not going to be all that dramatically different, because no matter what, we're going to have enough snow that you're not going anywhere, okay? This is going to be a major winter storm for the entire tri-state. Everyone is going to have widespread travel issues, widespread school and business closures. We've already had a lot of churches cancel services for tomorrow. I imagine we'll have a lot of schools canceled Monday, maybe even into Tuesday, or NTI, because they can do that now. But that's kind of what we're looking at through the weekend. Is don't get hyper fixated on how much snow we're going to get. We're going to get what we're going to get, but it's definitely going to be enough that you're not going anywhere, okay? Conditions are already deteriorating very quickly, and it's only going to get worse as we go through today, tonight, and tomorrow. And it's not just here locally either. This is a widespread snowstorm. So areas all around us are also dealing with those same problems. Now, part 2 of this alert is the cold. So obviously there's a lot of focus on the snow, because that's going to have a huge impact to travel. That's what's impacting us right now for the most part. But part 2 is the cold. It's brutally cold out there right now, and believe it or not, it's going to get even colder. So we stay on alert Monday and really even through Tuesday morning, Monday night into Tuesday morning, as the travel hazards will continue. None of this snow is going to melt. Every single flake that falls this weekend is going to stick, and then it's going to be with us for a while. It's not going to melt because our temperatures are going to stay below freezing. In fact, it's going to be dangerously cold as we go through Monday and Tuesday. We have cold weather alerts, all the way up by the Canadian border and then all the way down by the Mexican border as well. And the tri-state is caught up in some of those too. We were under a cold weather advisory earlier this morning. That has expired, but now they've issued a new one. So all these counties highlighted in blue are actually under a cold weather advisory right now, but it does it by priority. So because the extreme cold warning is a more intense warning, that's what shows up. But all these same counties are also under a cold weather advisory now until midnight Sunday night. Then that gets upgraded to an extreme cold warning midnight Sunday night through 10 a.m. on Tuesday. So it's already dangerously cold this weekend, but it's going to get even colder Monday into Tuesday morning of this next week. So temperatures right now sitting in the teens, so it's already very cold out there. Wind chills near or even below 0 in some locations. Owensboro with a wind chill of 0, Evansville and Henderson with a wind chill of 3 below. As we go through the rest of the day, those temperatures are going to stay in the teens with wind chills in the single digits to around 0. Overnight, we still hold steady in the teens as more snow is falling, and tomorrow as well. So today, tonight, and tomorrow, no major changes. Our temperatures are going to hold steady in the teens. Wind chills will be somewhere between 5 above and 5 below 0 for the most part, and it'll be snowing. So for the next 24, 36 hours, nothing much changes. It's just teens, wind chills in the single digits, and snowing for the next 24 hours. Then Sunday night, the snow moves out, but even colder air moves in. So then Monday, we're looking at highs only in the lower teens. Wind chills will probably only get to around 0. They'll probably stay just below 0, basically the whole day Monday. But then Sunday night into Monday morning, then again Monday night into Tuesday morning, our actual temperatures will be around or slightly below 0, and the wind chills could get as low as 10 to 15 degrees below 0. So that's where you have that extreme cold warning coming into play, is Monday night or Sunday night into Monday morning, then again Monday night into Tuesday morning. So that's something that we're monitoring as well. Even once the snow is out of here, we're still on alert for that extreme cold into the start of next week. So just be prepared for that. Remember the 3 Ps that are important anytime we're talking about cold. Check on your people. So if you know somebody who lives alone, elderly, just friends, family, neighbors, check on people. Make sure that they're getting through the snowstorm okay. Make sure that their heat is working, that their pipes haven't frozen. Just check on them. Make sure that they're doing okay. So people is the first one. Second P would be pets. Please bring your pets inside during this extreme winter storm and extreme cold we've got over the next few days. I know some of you have animals that can't come inside. That's okay. Just make sure they have shelter and make sure they have water. Their water is going to freeze almost immediately in this kind of cold. So make sure you're out there multiple times a day refreshing their water and making sure they have fresh water to drink. And then the third P is pipes. Protect your pipes, okay? Put your faucets on a drip, open the cabinets so that the heat from your house can get into the pipes that run from your sink out, right? make sure that you've got, your outdoor faucets covered and things like that. It's January, so I can't imagine a lot of people have garden hoses hooked up right now anyway, but just that kind of thing is what you should consider. So as we get into this extreme cold, check on your people, check on your pets, and check on your pipes, because all three of those are going to be in danger if you don't take care of them over the next few days, as it is going to be brutally cold. Let's check in on the comments, see if we have any questions. Some people commenting on thunder snow, saying that they're going to be really watching for thunder snow tonight. That's possible. I mean, it's incredibly rare, but sometimes it does happen, and we might have the setup where we could get that tonight. That would be pretty cool. I've only heard thunder snow once in my life, so that would be cool to experience. Some people asking about specific locations and just giving reports saying it's snowing at their location. Like I said, it's now snowing for most of the tri-state. When we did our update at 10 a.m., it was just starting to snow. Now, 2 hours later at noon, we've got snow falling across the entire tri-state, and really conditions are deteriorating pretty quickly. It's already sticking to the roads. So if you're not home yet, get home right now and stay there through the weekend and into the start of next week, okay? Some people asking about specific locations. Again, let me pull up our totals maps for you one more time, because again, we're talking about pretty heavy snow through the middle part of the tri-state. Again, this is a range. Just because you're in the pink doesn't mean you're going to get 16 inches of snow. It could very easily, and maybe even more likely, be on the 9-inch range of things. But 16 is within the realm of possibility, so we wanted to include it. Many of us will probably get at least a half a foot of snow, maybe as much as 10 inches or a foot. And even a couple inches beyond that is possible for most of the tri-state. Now, as you get into western Kentucky, the farther south you go, the less snow you're going to get and the more sleet you are going to get. So some folks were asking about specific locations in Kentucky. I think Union, Henderson, and even into Davis, it'll probably be mainly snow, but you are right on the cusp where you could get some sleet, which would then cut down on your snow totals. So if you do get that sleet, your snow totals would be on the lower end of your range here, because that sleet would cut into your snow totals. As you head farther south, I become more confident that you will get sleet tonight. So Hopkins, McLean, Muhlenberg, Ohio counties, you will likely get some sleet tonight. So that means that you would basically have snow, then a layer of sleet, so like little pellets of ice, and then another layer of snow on top of that. You're getting snow now, you'll get some sleet tonight, and then back over to snow tomorrow, which also means that yours may be harder to clear. It's going to be more pellets of ice. It's going to be slicker, slushier, heavier, harder to shovel away. So that's, even though yours may not stack up as high, it will be just as impactful, if not more impactful in some scenarios, than having 2 or 3 more inches of snow. That sleet can be heavier and more dangerous. Yeah, and people are again commenting about it's been snowing for an hour or two now, everything's covered. Yeah, it's coming quick now. Conditions have really gotten worse over the past couple of hours, and they're only going to get worse as we go through this afternoon and evening. So again, please get to where you're going and stay there as we go through the remainder of this weekend and into the start of next week. Someone asking about power outages. What usually drives power outages is freezing rain. So again, that glaze where you have just everything coated in ice and weighing it down. And then especially if you have ice plus wind, that's where you really end up with those widespread power outages. Some of that's what we dealt with as we went through last January. You may remember around January 5th or 6th of last year, we had that ice storm, especially down in western Kentucky. A lot of folks were without power for a couple of days there. That's not what we're expecting this time around. So you may get a glazing of ice in places like Muhlenberg County, but it looks like this is really going to be mainly sleet. So it's going to be slushy, it's going to be heavy, but it's not going to stick to things like trees and power lines in the same way that freezing rain would. So I don't think it's going to bring things down. And that's where you run into those power outages, is when trees and power lines start coming down. I would encourage everyone to be prepared to deal with power outages. You never know, somebody could be driving too fast, slide off, hit a power pole, and still knock out power to your neighborhood. even if it's not a widespread thing. And if that were to happen, your house would get very cold very fast with how low these temperatures are. So be prepared to deal with that, but I don't think it's going to be a widespread issue. I'm not really concerned about a lot of power outages. The main concern is that we are going to have widespread travel issues. That's why we're really pushing stay off the roads. I hope you already got your groceries and you're settled in. This could be a really lovely weekend for you, right? Just sit at home with your family, snuggle up, watch the snow fall, and have just a nice peaceful weekend. Everything you were going to do this weekend's canceled now, so just sit at home and enjoy the peace, right? What I don't want you to do is get out on the roads if you don't absolutely have to, because that's where we're seeing the main impact. So we've got a lot of snow, it's already sticking to the roads, there's more coming, they're not going to be able to plow it faster than it's going to fall. So the roads are going to be a problem, and they're still going to be a problem into the start of next week. If you live down a road that does not get treated, if they don't plow your road, your snow is not going anywhere. Because notice, even when we start to warm up through the middle of next week, we're still talking about temperatures at best in the low to mid 20s. So we're still below freezing. So even when we start to warm up some middle of this next week, that snow is still not going to melt. So just be prepared for that. The impacts from this are going to be with us for quite a while. And some people are asking about drifting. That is a possibility, especially with the snow we're getting today. Today's snow is lighter and fluffier, so if you don't have anything to block the wind, it could be a scenario where maybe they come through and they plow the road, and then a wind comes through and the roads are covered right back up again. But the snow we're getting today is not going to be as heavy, so that's going to be, just a couple, 3-4 inches today. Tonight is when the heaviest snow falls, and that will be a wetter, heavier snow that doesn't blow as easily. So I think it'll probably fall and kind of stay put. I'm not saying we couldn't have some drifting, but I don't think we're going to have huge snow drifts developing over Illinois or something like that. I think this is going to be wet and heavy enough snow now that we probably will see it fall and then just kind of stay put for the most part. So a little bit of drifting, blowing around, certainly possible, but I don't think the winds will be high enough, and I think the snow will be wet enough that we won't have major widespread drifting issues. I hope that answers your question. All right, I'm not seeing any other questions, so I'm going to go ahead and wrap up what I've got going on here. We are going to keep doing, as I've said before, these updates every couple of hours. So Jeff Lyons should be here this afternoon, as will Michael Fecka. We're going to keep doing updates throughout the day. So this was our noon update. We're going to have another one at 2 and 4, and then 14 News tonight at 6. And really tune into 14 News tonight at 6. We've got team coverage. We've got everybody working on snow stories today, so we'll have updates on closures and road conditions and things like that on 14 News tonight at 6. But I'll have another update on your weather here in a couple hours at 2 o'clock. So I hope you'll join us again for that then. All right, everybody stay safe, stay warm, and stay off the roads. Good afternoon. I'm 14 First Alert meteorologist Arden Gregory.
And I'm meteorologist Michael Fecka, and we're here again with another streaming update for you. We've been here all morning. Byron was in earlier today. You've been here through the late morning and into this afternoon now, so we've got you covered here. We continue to do these updates every 2 hours, and we're just coming at you again, reminding you of what's happening outside. Obviously, we're on alert here for that major winter storm. It's already underway here across the tri-state. We've got snow that's been falling for several hours, and even a few inches in a few spots have already been reported, at least outside of the tri-state. So it's ramping up here.
Yeah. It started snowing around 10 a.m. So we've been tracking snow for 4 hours now, and like Michael said, we are seeing it starting to pile up in some locations. This is a live look at our camera that looks out over the Twin Bridges, so you can see the lanes seem to be fairly clear, but really, when you get off of where cars haven't been continuously going there, immediately it is just snow covered. So that also tells you that any of the side roads, back roads in Henderson that have not been frequently traveled or plowed are likely snow covered. We see the same thing in Evansville. Oh, well, we would have if that camera was working.
The camera just wanted to not work
quit
today.
on us, but that would have been a live look at the Evansville riverfront, which was also showing the same thing there, where right there on the riverfront where they've got one lane closed due to the sinkhole that we've been dealing with for a year now. The lane that's open, you could see pavement, but the lane that's closed was completely covered in snow where no one had been driving on it. So just be aware of that. And that's going to only get worse as we go through the rest of the day. We are already getting reports of an inch or more of snow in some locations, and this is just the beginning of what is going to be a major snowstorm, not just for us, but for, much of the country. This is a monster storm.
Yeah, very, very widespread here. Not too often do you see a winter storm warning in effect from the coast of Maine all the way down to the coast of Texas and the Mexico border there. So this is a widespread system.
That's more than 2,000 miles.
Yeah,
that's a huge span.
Yeah, there's almost half the country that's covered here in some sort of winter weather advisory or alert.
Yeah, and as you get farther south, those purples there, those are ice storm warnings. So down across the deep south, they're going to have a lot of problems with travel and power outages and things like that, because ice is worse than snow. We may get a little bit of ice up our way, but ours is going to be mainly snow, which is why we're not seeing that ice storm warning. Here at home, we're under a winter storm warning because we're concerned about widespread heavy snow, and then in some parts of the tri-state, some sleet and maybe even just a little bit of freezing rain mixing in with that. So let's start with what's going on right now. Let's take a live look at the radar, because we are tracking snow showers, but they're not completely widespread or heavy yet.
So we have these kind of two waves that the models were hinting at, and they would kind of jumble back and forth whether or not it would be a bigger lull in the action or a smaller lull. Right now, we had a good bit of snow move in over the last couple of hours. It was pretty widespread, light to moderate snow. Now it's kind of breaking up a little bit, and that's kind of the end of this first wave. So we may become a little bit more scattered in that snow shower activity here through the afternoon before it really starts to pick back up overnight tonight.
Yeah, so through the next few hours, we may have a few breaks in the snow. Like Michael was saying, it lets up a little bit, but then we see this second bigger wave really move through overnight tonight. Look at how dark those blues start to get. We're expecting heavier snow overnight, a wetter snow overnight. This is going to be those big, fat, wet flakes that are really heavy and harder to move. The snow we've had out there so far today, it's the kind you can just kind of brush off. That's not going to be the case overnight tonight. And in fact, some people may see something other than snow.
Yeah, so part of the reason why we see that snow characteristic change from powdery to a little bit wet and heavy, it's because we've got that warmer air aloft that's going to begin to move in, and eventually we're expecting that to actually change or at least mix some portions of western Kentucky with mostly sleet, but there is that potential for even a little bit of freezing rain or at least a glaze there.
We see that really as we get into tomorrow morning. This is an idea of what the radar might look like around midnight tonight. If I move this forward a little more, by Sunday morning, notice down around Bowling Green, you see those yellows and greens showing up there indicating rain. Well, it's going to be cold enough that I would imagine that rain is going to freeze on contact. So that would be freezing rain. So you've got then where we're sort of right at that changeover where much of the tri-state will still be seeing all snow, but then as you get into western Kentucky, it changes over to that sleet, and then possibly mainly around Muhlenberg and Ohio County, you could get a little bit of that freezing rain, which would leave basically a glaze. We've been talking all day today about the donut comparison, right?
Right.
You've got your powdered donut, your sprinkled donut, and then your glazed donut,
Right.
and you don't want the glaze, okay? That's where you run into major issues. So we are talking about possible sleet more than freezing rain. I know anytime you talk about ice of any kind, people picture an ice storm.
Right.
That would be freezing rain, where you have that ice that just coats everything and it weighs down the trees and it weighs down the power lines.
Yeah.
We're not expecting so much of that, but you will have sleet, which is kind of this almost just crushed ice, little ice pellets
Yeah.
all over the place. And then we see everything kind of changing back over to
Right.
snow again. So some folks in western Kentucky, you may end up with a little ice sandwich where you get some snow today, some ice tonight, and then more snow tomorrow on top of that. Before then, this whole thing starts to break up again Sunday afternoon, and by Sunday evening, this is finally
Over. Yes, this is a very long duration storm system. We were joking a little bit earlier. We were like, it's only been snowing for 4 hours, but it feels like the whole
Yes.
day.
Yes, this is just getting started. So we are just at the beginning of this. We've been showing the same map for a couple days now.
Yeah.
No major changes to this.
Not at all. Really.
But really, western Kentucky, that's where I think the snow may be a little less impressive just because you are going to have that ice. So looking at the timeline here, this is kind of generally how we expect it to play out. We could still see another couple inches of snow
Right.
today.
Just through the rest of tonight, right? This is set to end at around 9:30. So by around 9:30 this evening, we'll have an additional 1 to perhaps 3 inches of snow in a few locations.
But then that's when that heavier wet snow
Right.
starts to move in, and look at what happens overnight.
Yeah, it blows up there with those heavier snow bands now beginning to push in from the south, and you get those accumulations to happen very quickly, especially as you head up towards the Ohio River and north of there.
And remember, overnight is when we were talking about that sleet happening in western Kentucky. So notice these totals really didn't change very much, because you may not get a whole lot of snow overnight in parts of western Kentucky because you would be getting sleet instead.
Right.
But then as you get closer to the Ohio River, and then especially north of that, we could be talking about another half a foot of snow overnight.
Overnight
tonight.
alone.
Yes, just overnight tonight, that thick, wet, heavy snow is going to fall and really put down a decent amount of snow overnight. And then we still see more snow
snow.
showers as the day goes on
Right.
Sunday. So by the time all is said and done by Sunday evening, you then see some additional snow picking up over western Kentucky, and then even higher totals
Yeah.
across Illinois and Indiana. And this is where you get into that possibility that we could see double-digit
Snowfall
totals, several inches, maybe even as much as a foot.
Yeah.
Or beyond is
Yeah.
within possibility. I think more than a foot would be a scenario where this kind of overperforms.
Yeah.
But it's possible. That's why we left it in the range.
Right.
You know, these are a range.
Yeah.
So we could end up seeing things underperform and we get less than a foot, or overperform and get more than a foot. But I think 10 to 12 inches of snow
Is a solid
is a
bet.
very real possibility for much of Illinois and Indiana. Then, like I said, those snow totals taper off as you get into western Kentucky, because those are the areas that could see, a quarter to a half inch of sleet. And especially if you get down into, Muhlenberg County, some of the models are even hinting at more than that.
Yeah.
So I'll be curious to see how that plays out. Now, anytime we talk about ice, again, people sometimes struggle with the difference between the sleet and the freezing rain. So I do want to take just a moment to make sure we understand the difference here. Because snow is what most of us are going to get.
Right.
Snow we're familiar with, right? Falls as flakes, then as it lands, it's soft and kind of piles up in these little fluffy mounds.
Yes.
Sleet is what a lot of western Kentucky is going to get. So that falls as little ice pellets, right? Basically like a little frozen raindrop, little tiny bits of ice. And those actually bounce when they land. They almost look like teeny tiny hail. And they'll pile up kind of like snow, but they
Yeah.
don't pile up as high. It'll be kind of a slushier, slicky kind of pile that looks like snow, but it's heavier, it's harder to move, it's
Yeah.
harder to walk in. and then you get into freezing rain.
Right. Freezing rain, that is falling as rain. So when you're looking outside and say you've got freezing rain coming down, it just looks like normal rain
Right.
to the untrained eye.
And
But
we
then,
actually got a little bit this past week in
Right.
western Kentucky where we had that little glaze
yeah, and that caused
that
some
happened.
problems.
Yeah, what was that, Wednesday morning?
Right.
Yeah.
So it falls as rain and it looks just like normal rain, doesn't look any different, but it's so cold at the surface, the ground is still below freezing. So that's when that rain touches that surface and it freezes on
Freezes
contact.
immediately.
And that's where you get the very dangerous, slick glazing of ice that just coats everything like the trees and the power
Yeah.
lines and the roads.
So we could maybe see a little glaze of ice in Muhlenberg and Ohio counties, but for most of Kentucky, when we're talking about you seeing ice instead of snow, we're talking about sleet this time around. So it'll still look very similar to snow, but your totals, when you go out there and stick your yardstick in it, it's not going to look as impressive because it's going to be this more condensed, slushy ice rather than fluffy snow, which is what we're going to have across Indiana and Illinois. One thing I want to drive home, though, is no matter where you fall on this map,
Right.
everyone is going to have major impacts.
Yeah, whether you're all snow through this event or you've got a mix of the snow and sleet and freezing rain, or if this event goes on the shorter end and we get stiffed with some of those totals and we're on the lower end of our ranges, it still results in a major impact here. So most of us are already barricaded in our homes now. It's not recommended you're out driving even now because
Yeah.
it's snowing and it's actively snowing. We recommend you just stay inside and chill out for the next 2 days because that's just it's just going to be difficult to get
Yeah.
around out there, and a lot of businesses and things like that are going to be closed, and that just causes more disruptions.
Yeah, and I really want to emphasize that overnight tonight is when it's going to get much worse very quickly.
Yes.
It's going to be dark, it's going to be cold, and the conditions are going to deteriorate rapidly. And by tomorrow morning, I think it's going to be very hard to get anywhere in the
Right.
tri-state. So we're talking about widespread travel problems, widespread closures, and things of that nature. So that's kind of part one.
Right. Yeah, that
It's
was
the
all just the
snow.
one part.
Part two is the cold.
Yeah,
And
dangerous cold.
Man, it's already cold out there, and it's
Bitter.
going to get worse. So that's part of part two here. So we've got temperatures right now in the teens,
Right.
but it is breezy,
Yep.
and that wind has a bite to it.
Yes, it
So the
does.
wind chills are sitting near or even slightly below zero in most locations. I mean, Owensboro and Henderson feeling like 2 below, Evansville and Mount Carmel feeling like 1 degree below zero there. And I don't think these will change a whole lot.
Yeah, it
right?
looks pretty
Today,
consistent.
tonight, into tomorrow as the snow is coming down, our temperatures really look like they're going to hold pretty steady.
Yeah.
We'll just kind of sit in the teens with those wind chills, single digits to, I'd say, anywhere from 5 above to 5 below. We'll just kind of straddle the line there at
Yeah.
0. 5 above to 5 below 0 is kind of on average where our wind chills will sit today, tonight, and into tomorrow. And again, our snow totals will be increasing throughout that time period as the
Right.
snow continues to fall. The sharply colder air actually hits when the snow moves out.
Yeah, we see a huge drop in those temperatures, especially in the morning lows. I mean, our morning lows will be down in the single digits, if not right around 0 or slightly below, not only by Monday morning, but also into Tuesday morning. And then you factor in the wind chills, and it feels even colder than that, possibly into the teens below
Yeah.
0
Yeah.
by that point.
Yeah, so I mentioned we just kind of hold steady temperatures in the teens, wind chills in the single digits for the most part today, tonight, and tomorrow. Sunday night into Monday morning, that's where I think this may be overdoing it a bit,
Yeah.
but 10 to 15 degrees below 0 is a very realistic possibility for our wind chills Monday morning. Then even into Monday afternoon, I think we'll struggle to get above 0.
For those wind chills.
Yeah, for the wind chills. And then we go back down Monday night into Tuesday morning with wind chills 10 to 15 degrees below 0 again. So we'll be in the single digits through the weekend, but Sunday night and a Monday morning and Monday night and a Tuesday morning, that's where you've got those wind chills that are probably going to get 10 to 15 degrees below 0. And an extreme cold warning has been issued already for Monday into Tuesday morning in preparation for that
this.
extreme cold.
Yeah.
And so just like we had to prepare for the snow, you also need to take precautions when it comes to the cold. One of the things we talk about is the 3 Ps.
Right. First P, people. You want to check on your friends, your neighbors, your family members, especially elderly folks and extremely young children, especially older folks. If they're living alone,
Yeah.
make sure that they have everything that they need. Make sure that, their smoke detectors are working, their carbon monoxide detectors are working, their heat is working,
Yeah.
they've got water and stuff like that, because it is a lot harder to handle all this on your own. So just being aware of your surroundings and the people around you.
Yeah. And then the second P would be pets. If at all possible, please bring your pets inside this weekend. It is actively snowing, it is very cold, and it's going to get even colder. So if at all possible, please bring your pets inside. Even if you don't want them in your home, maybe you've got, a garage or something like that that you could bring them in just to get them insulated from the extreme weather outside. I know sometimes people have animals that they can't bring indoors. At the very least, make sure they have a warm shelter to go to and fresh water. That's going to be a real struggle through all this. As soon as you give them water, it's almost immediately going to start freezing. So you need to be out there multiple times a day refreshing their water to make sure that they have water to drink. And then the third P is pipes.
Pipes, very important. We all have them in our house. It's important that we stop them from freezing. So
Yes.
what you want to do is run at least a trickle of water and open up the cabinets, especially the ones under the sink, so that the heat within your home can actually get up into the cabinet and warm up the pipes a little bit, just to prevent it from freezing, because then that could burst and that leads to a whole other world of trouble you don't want to deal with.
Oh yeah, that'll be a big problem. And it's January, so I would think people don't really have garden hoses hooked up right now.
Right.
Anyway, I would hope you don't. Make sure those outdoor spigots are protected as well, but really just everyone be aware, pay attention to what's going on in your home and catch it quickly if you do have a pipe that starts to leak or break. But again, as we go through this extreme cold, check on your people, check on your pets, check on your pipes. All three may be in danger over the next few days. So again, this is just kind of a reiteration of some cold weather safety indoors. One of the things you want to be very aware of is carbon monoxide detectors and space heaters. A lot of people, especially if you do end up losing power, we end up having people who die from improperly using generators that are not vented correctly and are putting toxic fumes into your home. And actually, every time there's a winter storm, there tends to also be an increase in house fires.
Right.
Because people are trying to stay warm. They're burning fires, burning candles, using space heaters, and maybe using them incorrectly, and they end up sparking a house fire. And in these conditions, it's that much harder for the fire department to get to you and to fight that fire, because the water they're trying to use is also freezing. So just do not put yourself in that situation. We already mentioned running a trickle of water in your pipes, and then also have an emergency kit. Like Michael said, we're all going to be hunkered down for a couple days anyway, so hopefully you're already well stocked on food. It's good to have blankets handy, flashlights, things like that. I don't think we'll see widespread power outages.
Yeah.
That's usually something you see more with ice.
More with the ice storm, which thankfully we're not getting a full-on ice
Right.
storm here. We have the chance for some sleet to mix in, which doesn't really coat things like freezing rain would. However, there is still that chance of at least a light glaze, but that would be mostly to our south across portions of Hopkins, Muhlenberg, and Ohio County, and it would be a very light glaze. So not expecting a ton of power outages, but if you were to be more concerned about power outages, it would likely be over areas of Western Kentucky where you see that a little bit of that
And
mix.
everyone should be prepared, because I would never rule out the possibility, somebody's driving too fast for the conditions out in the
Right.
snow. They slide into a pole, knock down power for maybe just your neighborhood.
Right.
It may not be widespread power outages. I don't think we'll see that, not like what we had last January where we've got, tons of people without power for days. We're not going to have all that. But, it only takes one bad driver to knock out power to your neighborhood. And if that happens, it's going to get cold in your house fast. So just be aware of that. One thing I did want to mention is cold safety outdoors. We're going to have snow. People like to get out and enjoy the snow. It's almost going to be too cold for that, though.
Yeah, it might be dangerous. And I know the kids, you're locking them up inside now and they want to get
wanna
out.
go
They
out in the
want to
snow.
play in it so bad. You really need to monitor the amount of time they are spending outside. Keep it 15 minutes at a time, bundled up, multiple layers, at least 3 on the top, 2 to 3 on the bottom. You want to have a nice big warm pair of boots, nice fat gloves, a scarf, a hat,
And
anything.
cover everything.
Yeah.
Every bit of skin that is on your person needs to be covered up.
Yes.
So scarf, I mean, all the way up over your face, hat, gloves, everything needs to be covered. Really limit your time outside. Like Michael said, the kids are going to want to go play in the snow, but it is so cold. You really need to set time limits if you're going to let them go out and do that. And make sure that you stay dry.
Which is hard to do in the snow.
Yes, stay dry. If, you know, you're sledding or something and snow gets down in your clothes, that's a problem. Also, even just sweat.
Right.
Sometimes you go out there, you're shoveling, the snow is heavy, you get
You're
to
working
working
up
really
the steam,
hard,
yeah.
you start to work up a sweat, you feel almost artificially warm, maybe you start taking off layers, next thing you know,
you're freezing.
You're freezing and you're in some trouble. And also, keep in mind, there's also a real medical danger sometimes to shoveling snow. People have heart
Yes.
attacks and things like that,
Yeah.
so please just be careful, make sure somebody's checking on you. There are a lot of dangers outside of just travel
Right.
that are coming with this weather. So even if you stay home, you could still run into some problems if you're not just kind of acting and dressing in
Accordingly.
ways that are appropriate for the weather that we have going on right now. It's going to be a
Right.
lot of snow and a lot of cold, and for some of you, even a little bit of ice. So just please be careful out there, folks. I'm checking in on the comments. We've got some people talking about how long school's going to be out. Because that's a good point. The snow is not going to melt.
I've only lived here for about a year, but in my experience here, I would say it's a safe bet. Schools are going to be closed at least through Monday
Oh, yeah.
for the snow.
I would bet
probably even
Tuesday.
Tuesday for that cold too.
Because Tuesday morning, I mean, wind chills 10 or 15 degrees below zero. They're not going to want kids out waiting
No.
for the bus and that.
And it's so
we'll
much
still
easier to have
and we'll still have all kinds of snow on the ground.
Right.
So I just don't think they're going to risk it. Even when we warm up,
We don't get above.
we're talking about the 20s at best. So that is something to consider. Obviously, it's not our call. I don't know what they're going to do about the schools, but I'll tell you that this snow is not going anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah. So I mean, they'll probably do maybe some of those learning days that are online.
Yeah. The NTI.
It's a lot easier to do that now. Back in the day, we just got the whole day off.
I know. That was nice.
It was nice.
All right, and then people just asking about power outages, which we already addressed, snow totals, which we already talked about. It's going to be multiple inches of snow for everyone.
Yeah.
On the low end, I think we'll get at least a half a foot.
Yeah.
On the high end, we could get a foot
Or
or maybe even a little more than that, up to 14 or 15 inches of snow, very possible. So at that point, again, we're focusing on impact here. Even if this is on the low end of things, you're not going anywhere
Yeah.
anytime soon.
It's already bad to drive out
yes,
there.
the-
There's
and
only
they're
an
gonna
inch on
get
the ground.
So much worse. So just be prepared for that. And then we've got some people just giving in some reports saying that there's already a decent amount of snow on the roads across much of the tri-state,
Yeah.
which
When I
we
was-
talked about. So
When I was driving in, it wasn't slick per se. It's still that very powdery snow,
Mm-hmm.
but it's very easy to reduce visibility. So, like,
Yes.
if you got a car in front of you, it's kicking up that snow and it's hard for you to see. So, while it might not be as slick yet, it's still hard to see out there.
yeah,
So be
and
careful.
conditions are only going to get worse as we go through tonight, especially, and into tomorrow. So please stay off the roads, folks. All right, I'm not seeing any other questions, so I think we'll go ahead and wrap this up. Again, we are doing these updates every 2 hours, so we'll be back on with another update for you at 4 o'clock, and then we'll have the newscast tonight at 6. We've got reporters working on snow stories from all over the tri-state, you know, about road conditions and closures and prep and things like that. So tune in tonight for 14 News at 6 for sure, as we'll have team coverage
Right.
on this weekend winter storm.
All right. We'll see you back here again in 2 hours.